Right, there we are. Please read the description. Or at least the bottom part. Not necessarily about my my little story about my past working place or whatever. Although, well, let's continue with what I was working on. Let me put on some music for myself. Something without vocals, please. Okay, switch to the hard techno again. At least there are no vocals there. Switching to live chat. Yeah, so what was I working on? Translating create uniform buffers to some other function. And I forgot what the name was for the other function. So annoying. Create uniform buffers. VI, there's the other function. Yeah, I'm not sure what goes here or in this map. I've thought about it while I was sleeping. I mean, almost sleeping. And I could simply put a vector in it with the binding number as index and then store something in that vector. But it's far from clear what I'm exactly going to need. So maybe I don't want to fill it in yet. Let's approach it from this side. So what I'm doing here is well, we are inside a for loop which runs over the m required shader resources list. Which means every time, for every call of the user to add uniform buffer and or add texture. And the test application has 3 uniform buffers and 1 texture. So in total the size of this thing is 4 I mean. And for each we get a set index, and then the texture and one of the uniform buffers has the same set index, and all the bindings are all 0 except of course the set index that has 2 of them. Then we have a binding of 0 for either the texture or the uniform buffer, and the other one has 1 as binding. And now what do we have to do? So I'm going to look at the original. Yeah, hello, a psych-hall, that will remain like that. Reality escape, hello. Yeah, I had a short night. Well, yeah. I think I streamed, it's now 1:30. I streamed till, I think, 3:30. Oh, well, it was 8 hours ago. But I only slept like 6 hours, I think. I don't know. Okay, so I was here and I'm trying to translate this. I have no idea, Reality Escape. No idea. Read the description, then you get an idea of how I work. And that includes That includes not having any clue how much I still have to do. Top descriptor sets. Yeah, this is something that I am doing. So I'm storing the set index as a key in the map. So this translates key to hint to set index, and that I already did. And I also have the bindings of those things. So I think I'm here. Okay, that's problematic. That is slightly problematic. No, the comment is just wrong. Later, I decided to make a vulkan handle vector descriptor sets be specific for each pipeline. So it's no longer true that I have just one of them. Where did I store this thing? Let's see, we have this fix me here, that it doesn't belong here. And I made a decision to put it somewhere else yesterday. But where? Oh, I cannot remember anymore. Tiresome that I have to redo things every time, so I forget it. It is being used in this function. Oh, okay, it's being used, yeah, where we bind it. It's being used every frame when I bind the descriptor sets. Before a draw, I really want it to be part of the graphics pipeline. But the graphics pipeline is not created yet. So let's make it part of let's make it part of the shader input data object. Yeah, I'm going to move this to this class. Shader resources. Just put it here. So this will be copied to the pipeline once I create that. I'm just going to copy this. Let's copy it including the comment. And then paste it here and then fix it. And I have the feeling I can do that before making this map even. This is not real code, this is just what I'm trying to do. So I'm putting it here, I think. Okay, the script set layouts are the same in both pipelines. Well, we don't have both pipelines anymore in this application. This code doesn't know anything about an application. Because the descriptor sets created from it are updated in the same state, we also reuse the descriptor sets and have both pipelines use the same descriptor set, which I'm not going to do anymore. This function is only called once, but that is between brackets, so basically it's all nonsense. I do need a logical device. I'm going to need that several times. Let's do that now. So where do I get my logical device from? Well, I'm pretty sure that the shader input data has no clue. Realize the descriptor set layouts gets it passed, and that's about it. So let's have a look at who is calling this. Maybe you can pass the logical device to that function. Handle shader resource. This is the call. Here's another call. Am I calling it twice? Okay, it's confusing. Oh, this is a different function. Just passing it on. So the other one is the real call. Not 85, but this one then. And yes, we already have a logical device. So I'm going to pass that to this function. It's a pretty basic thing, so let's pass it as the first argument. I'm using NeoVim. VI is just an alias. This is I'm calling it on the characteristic here. So yeah, we just have to pass it as well. So we end up here, and then we get it passed, and we pass it on to the function with the same name. Yeah, I just wrote a description of this video. So if you look below the video, then you see the description, long piece of text, but it might clarify why you cannot follow what I'm doing. One of the reasons anyway. And also why it takes a really long sit before things could become clear. There are several subscribers, I think, that have no problem with sitting with me here for 1 or 2 hours, continuously watching, and apparently they can more or less start to follow what I'm modeling here with my clay. Because they keep coming back. So I pass on the logical device now to the other one. I have to continue to the other function with the same name. Okay, what did I just paste? Just logical device. What was the type? The type is vulkan logical device const pointer, right? Yep. Now I have a logical device, so I can just call logical device allocate descriptor set. And I have, I think I renamed this after copying it, so this realized has to go. So I'm having this vector now, which we pass on, and logical device again gets us the descriptor pool, which better be thread safe. It's thread safe, like literally AI thread safe. Okay. And then we have a debug name prefix, which really comes from the logical device. The debug name prefix is normally, I mean, this is problematic, I have to admit. I started off having debug names for vulkan objects that were owned by the window, by the service. And then I started to create objects that are not really owned by any window, but only by a logical device. And that's where I was. And now, almost for the first time, or probably really for the first time, I'm making an allocation that belongs to, well, shader input data, but shortly after this I'm going to copy it into the pipeline, right, this vector. So it either belongs to the shader input data or it belongs to a pipeline object. And I don't even have the pipeline object yet. So maybe I should just call this dot something, and then that, meaning like the MVHV descriptor set is a member of whatever comes before this, but I don't know what comes before this. So I'm kind of putting together the debug names so that in the end the debug name of every object tells me where it is stored in memory, which object is owning it. But then what that this debug name prefix is a member function of logical device. And if I would use it, it would append in the end this pointer of the logical device, which is definitely not going to be what I want, certainly not now. So allocated descriptor sets has as last argument an ambifix, which has the following constructors: a prefix, just a postfix or a prefix and a postfix. But postfix would be the pointer to the object that owns it, the base object. I do not know the base object. I just do not want to have a postfix. And the prefix is only partly known, but that's what I can start with. So I guess I should just use this. Create an ambifix from the prefix. Which means that, where am I now? Allocate descriptor sets. Means I'm just going to pass this. Very meager name, not telling which object it belongs to. Let's say add prefix and postfix later when copying this vector to the pipeline it will be used with. Okay, this is a copy of a line that I was using, but I already translated it, so I can remove it. Right? Next thing, so I go to this function here that I'm copying. We did this, I just copied this one. Now I have to call create on each shader resource. So what I do have, instead of knowing which uniform buffers I have, I only have a pointer to a base class of a shader resource. But the uniform buffer is a shader resource. And I'll have to call a virtual function of that in order to know how to create it. Obviously, I do not know that I don't know anything. I just want to create it. I have to pass the size of it and also this pointer, and that this pointer is the current window. Okay, so I have to pass a window for some reason. Why do I have to pass a window to create of uniform buffer? Just trying to find it. What is this? EVO, EVIO, external. Oops. I want to not miss one. Let me do this again. Vulkan operating system. No, that was not it. Memory allocator, render graph, render pass, shader builder, shader resource texture. There's also a create. This is the one. You're calling create on the uniform buffer, and it takes a window because we need a maximum number of frame resources from it, and a logical device. But this is more important, I guess. So we really need a window. What the? I had not realized that. I overlooked this pointer, so instead of passing a logical device, it would be better to pass a window, because we really need to know the window for some reason. The window in this case is almost used as an application pointer. Well, now not really. Number of frame resources is per window. Yeah, well, that is hardly annoying. I just passed the logical device and now I need a window. So now I definitely did something that was not correct. And I have the owning window as well. So instead of passing the logical device, we have to pass the window. I can do that. Ridiculous that I'm passing synchronous window all over the place. Because synchronous means that it is more or less treated single-threaded. It must be accessed from the render loop. And that's certainly not the case here. On the other hand, the only thing I'm going to do with it is get a logical device, which is totally constant, and also the number of frame resources, which is also constant. I mean, what I cannot do is I mean, it's const anyway, so I can only read stuff from it. But if I would be reading from the synchronous window object something at the same time that I'm changing that something or writing to that something, that would be undefined behavior. But the things that I'm going to access are not going to be written to while I'm using them. So it's probably okay, but it's a bit... Anyway, so I'm passing now a owning window, and here I'm also passing an owning window then. Yes. I think I need a logical device a few times. Let's make a... special variable for it. It's just an abbreviation. Otherwise I get owning window logical device all over the place. Okay, I was working on this one. So I'm going to call something and pass the owning window to it. And it must be a virtual function of the shader resource class. That's the base class, and we're going to call create and pass the owning window. My computer? I don't know. How do you do that? Oh no, ls proc. Here's mem info. I have 32 gigabytes RAM. And this is my thing. What is it? CPU. And I have, I think, an 8 terabyte hard disk and 512 megabyte SSD or something like that. What is it? NVMe. Oh, it's also 1 terabyte. 1 terabyte NVMe. And a 6 terabyte normal hard disk. And I have an RTX 2080 Super as GPU. Control top. Toro local TV, no, C++ is never going away. Every time you hear about a new language, it starts like a hype, and all kinds of people go lyrical, and they think the best. How do you say that? The best way to advertise a new language is to claim that it's going to replace C++. But there have been several languages doing that in the infancy, and they never did. Most of the languages got their own place, but I don't think it's a real. What is it? I don't think it's beneficial to humankind to get a new programming language every few years. So I'm a bit skeptical. I'm certainly not interested in learning new languages. Also because of my age. If you're asking, if will C++ still be relevant when I'm older in the future for my job? No, it won't. AI is going to take over. If you want to be prepared for the future, then you have to learn machine learning and AI stuff. Probably not a good direction to go into is learning C++. Okay, what were we doing? Yeah, Tefika, no, I do not play games. I never have played games a lot. The only time that I got really captured by it was when Doom came out. Doom was from ID Games, and they produced a few really good games. So I played Doom. After that, I have also played Quake. But the only other games that I play are more like strategy games. So I play chess online. But yeah, that's not a 3D game, right? And I play Risk. It's also just strategy. You can compare it with chess, I guess. Just a 2D multiplayer game online. and I'm writing this for enjoyment. I would hardly want to call it a hobby because I put in 60 hours a week, and already for a long time. But yeah, if people ask if are you a professional, do they mean do you is your knowledge comparable to professional? I would say yes, up there. I'm better than most professionals, but I'm not a professional because I'm not being paid for it. Professional literally means that you do it for a job, right? My thoughts on DS. What the hell is DS? Okay, so I need to add the create function to this base class here. Passing it a window. Well, I did physics on a university. I did not study data science. So I could not tell anything about it. I'm really just a practical coder. And I think that at data science you do not learn coding, you learn something else. I once watched YouTube about that. I'm just repeating this now. They're not really interested in turning you into a good programmer when you are doing DS at a university. They want you to learn you to be creative or think for yourself or understand the underlying theories of algorithms and stuff like that. And they can use Pascal for that. I mean, they can use any old language and bad programming methods they want, because it's not about programming for them. It's more about understanding generally applied patterns and algorithms and stuff like that, which I never studied. I'm very pragmatic kind of guy, and I think that my programs are so complex often that I cannot imagine that you can write that using certain methods that they invented and teach you on a university, because it's not teachable. I don't think this is teachable the way I code. But yeah, I'm sure those guys have their benefit with the knowledge that they have. Otherwise, I don't know. But if I own my own company and I would want to hire a programmer, I would hire someone who said that he started coding at 12 and taught himself to code, rather than someone who said he got high grades in data science and never really wrote programs as a kid or a teenager. Well, Linux. Yeah, seriously. I mean, if you want to, if by the time that you would say Windows, you're talking about a company that uses Windows and that forces you to use Windows in order to do the development. But the movement towards development on Linux, say, when a company that is writing something that is portable, they as far as I know, they strongly prefer developing on Linux. They really develop on Linux and then they make it also run on Windows. But I'm not an expert in that field because I have no knowledge of Windows at all. I don't even own Windows. I never owned Windows. So it's just a hearsay. Say if you look at the Volve, that make the virtual reality headset index and stuff like that. Their VR app, games are can also run on Linux. Yeah, well, maybe in that case it's not true. They came out with a working game for Windows long before Linux. But okay, that's also a commercial decision. Well, I'm going to continue coding because I don't know anything about Windows anyway, so I cannot tell you if Linux or Windows plus WSL is better. My opinion is clear. I think I hate Windows, and I think that the only reason that Windows plus VSL now exists is because Windows of Microsoft is losing, and they're trying to embrace what they cannot beat. Yeah, maybe I should start a social thing somewhere. I don't really have one. I'm setting real life stuff on Telegram, so that's not for you. And I'm using IRC, but also not very intense anymore. Just very now and then. It's not really suited for a community. I'm sitting on Discord, but I don't have my own server or anything. And I don't have time either to get really involved with chatting on social media. Okay, I'm stopping reading the chat for a bit because I want to continue with the code. Yeah, I have to add this create here. Where's the base? Here. I think I already have this in my mouse buffer, but just in case. Base, and then need to make a virtual function. That is called create, get stats, and well, it returns a void, and I said it was a virtual function. Definitely cannot implement it here. That then automatically will tell me where I have to add it, because now it's a pure virtual function. But okay, I already know that, right? So let's just copy this declaration and then go to the classes that are derived from that, which is uniform buffer base. It's one of them, and the other one is texture. I'm gonna do texture first, I think. So you see it's derived from base, so now I have to implement this virtual function. And yeah, it's already created because I'm creating it in the constructor. So this currently does not have to do anything, I think. Let's just make it an empty function. And also uniform buffer base is derived from base. And also here we have to add what is this create doing here? Oh, that's the crate that I'm calling currently. Okay, so we have a new crate here. Which needs to be implemented, and then probably just calls this one. So this one can become private, I guess. It's going to be called by the create here. Or maybe you don't even need it. Probably don't even need it. I can just, whatever this thing is doing, I can put it in here. But I need another virtual function for the size. But that feels like the correct thing to do. VK device size, seriously? What the hell is that? An uint 64 type. Okay, well. Yeah. I have to pass this ambifix also with everything. Let's go back and add that first. That's the same problem as here. I don't know anything about ambifixes. It is related to the owning window, that's true. But where is this going to be stored? Because that depends on this call to create, which was a long way down. Memory allocator. Here we have the texture. I'm going to skip that one. The uniform buffer. So yeah, well, the ambifix comes from the place where this crate is called. I could have known it. Which is here. Which is this create, which is a debug name prefix of the current window. Yeah, well, I don't know about that at all. Okay, this is, yeah, I don't like this. It's a user function, a user object, so I do not know what it is. Unless I would pass that as well. I could make a virtual function in the base class that returns this ambifix, maybe. That would be a possibility. Maybe you should just do that. Yeah, I should do that, I think. Okay, new virtual function coming up. So instead of passing it to create now, I have to pass it to the constructor of mtop_buffer. Or I can pass it to add uniform buffer. The constructor makes more sense. Yeah. It's dubious. Both would be possible, I guess, but I think we're around. So let's switch to the CXX file. It does not exist. And where is my constructor? That would be the default constructor. Uniform buffer has a default constructor. It also has a totally not default constructor, which comes with a ambifix. What? Oh, this is the wrong class. This is the class. Actually, that is a default constructor. We have a default constructor and we have, that's it. I only have a default constructor, so this is where I want to add the ambifix. That means, how are you doing, how are you adding ambifixes? Ambifix, line 66. There's a nice example. So we pass an ambifix here. And I have to store the ambifix as well in this class. Private. I know it's default private, but I always do that explicitly. I add this explicitly anyway. And I'm going to store this reference. I think I can store a reference. No, I cannot. Can I make a copy of ambifix? I mean, this is going to be temporary. I have to look at ambifix again. Yeah, it's just 2 strings, but okay, it's debug code, so who cares, right? Let's make copy of it. Ambifix is in namespace vulkan, and we are already inside vulkan, I think, so that it would work like this. And it is debug code. If dev cw debug and if, and then I have to add wait, I have to go to the CXX file. Where is my oh, wait a minute, where is my constructor, I would say, but that's kind of nonsensical, because this is the one. Okay, it's a template, so template goes into header files. What the hell, dude? At the end, comma, return, that kind of works, but I don't know. Nobody knows why it is doing this. Yeah, this is definitely not a comma. Why am I adding a comma here? But this one has a comma. So I'm initializing the ambifix. Which is this thing. That means that I have to pass an albifix to the constructor of the uniform buffer or template, which is here. And I don't think this thing has, yeah, it was a default constructor before. So we might as well add it here. Something with CW debug only. And then add the ambifix here. Although, yeah, well, it is inside Windows, so maybe it works. Debug, what was that called? Name, debug name prefix. It exists, so that's probably it. And that then is called dot top buffer. So another thing has a debug name, which is very handy when you get validation errors. Oops. Yeah. Yes, and I need to be able to access that from the base class. So I should not jump back here. I cannot even find it anymore. Let's run ctags. Update the database of where is what. I guess I have to add it to the base class. Virtual, well, this is also debug only. I need to jump to texture. I'm kind of in the wrong file here. Let's write everything. What did started even the stream with this, I think. GPS, create uniform buffers. Shader input data 509. Well, probably that one then. Here I have a texture. This also needs to get the same stuff. Nah, okay, let me add it outside. I don't know, something like this. Also need to add the ambifix, the constructor. Unfortunate. Well, unfortunate, I have it. Ambifix is being already passed to everything that needs is currently, so it's kind of nonsensical. But I felt that the ambifix must be stored in base and not in, say, uniform buffer base, avoiding the texture. So for now, I'm just going to add it here, I think. That would be comma only, comma, and then the comma here are gone. And then ambifix is just a copy of the ambifix that is being passed. Not entirely happy with it, but well. Yeah, it's probably time to try to compile it and fix some compile errors. Because I made quite some changes. No type named synchronous window in namespace vulkan. Did you mean task? Yes, I did. That's a lot of errors. There's warnings here. Warning: explicit defaulted default constructor is implicitly deleted. I want to get only the first error. I think I can do with turning on a filter. Oh, the filter is already on. That's really weird. Well, I don't know, just call to the top, I guess. So much, it's ridiculous. Too many arguments to function call expected single argument. Set binding map have 2 arguments. Handle shader resource creation request is defined here. Okay, let's fix this one because it flutes me. The explicitly defaulted texture is no longer possible because we need a move assignment. Oh, really? Well, yeah, I can either make it non-const or I can add a move assignment operator for ambifix. This is even possible. No, it's not possible. I just said I cannot make it const. Kind of annoying though. Well, anyway, yeah, so apparently this thing is being move assigned. Might as well add it, right? Ambifix, let's see, reference operator equals ambifix or value reference. I'm rather going to call this, no, just call it ambifix, who cares? Yes, I'm doing it wrong, but I'll fix it in a second. I am deliberately making an error now because I want it to be symmetrical. Hello, okay. standard move, of course. Oops. All that for debug code. Now I do not have a normal assignment operator anymore because I added this one. So let's see where that goes wrong. It goes wrong right here. Implicitly deleted copy constructor. Copy constructor is implicitly deleted because Ambifex has a user declared move assignment operator. Okay, yes, I just added it, and we need a copy constructor. Well, I'll give you a copy constructor. Ambifix. I think this is close to default. And this is an Ambifix copy constructor, which is basically default. And wouldn't it be funny if this was a default as well? Can you do that? Will you believe that I do not know if you can default this thing? Hell, maybe it was already generated. What? No. Let me try that. The ridiculousness of it all. Explicit defaulted default constructor implicitly deleted default constructor implicitly deleted because the base class has no default constructor. The nonsense. Indeed, we do not have that. What we do have is an ever-existing Ambifix. This gets quickly very confusing if you ask me. No, nonsensical. I'm very curious what the ambifix is that is being passed to these texture creations. Sample texture. So I already have that, more or less. So what if I do not pass it here? Well, this looks a lot like it as well. No, that's something else. That's definitely something else. Texture, not that again. Texture. That is the full, yeah, it's the last one that is the ambifix. This is the GLSLID. I'm going to remove it from here. There's probably others, but the compiler is going to, point it out, so I'm not worried about that. And this means, of course, that I have to remove it here as well. Ambifix. And then I cannot initialize my ambifix here. That's not nice at all. Maybe I'm not doing this correctly. Damn it, I want to go back where the dash was. Where was that? It was here. Yeah. Okay. So my idea is now I'm assigning, and I'm assigning from a temporary. And what I want to do then is to have the ambifix already be initialized, and then assignment should not assign to the ambifix. That's the idea. So what I did was correct. I have to add here the ambifix. Which was .sample texture. Being called on debug name prefix, just like here. It's the same thing as I did for the uniform buffers. And then I'm assigning it here without passing an ambifix to the temporary. So we no longer have an ambifix here. Can I default construction ambifix? Yep, I can. It just becomes empty. So simply not doing this. Oh, that is a problem. I need the ambifix already here. And here. I really seem to have to delay the construction maybe of the texture. I mean, yeah, why not-ish? But then it gets very complex because I have so many open points that I still need to address. I don't want to start something else in the middle of all that. So I don't have an ambifix anymore. So at the moment I'm just passing the nonsense to those base classes then. This is just calling the other constructor. So I can just remove it here. Oh no, I cannot. Also the sample is being created here. Cry. Right, so the idea is now that I do not have a default constructor in debug mode. We have to pass an ambifix, and then later we use move assignment, and then the move assignment should not. Yeah, it's not really a move assignment anymore, so it's. So now I have to implement them. Highly annoying, highly annoying. Oh, I don't have that much. These are the only members, I think. Yeah. But let's copy them then. Let's copy them. Okay, I'm gonna remember the ambifix and then I'm just going to copy these three. I'll paste some here so I can see it. Right, so this now becomes member must become standard move. Right hand side. Member. And image view becomes the standard move of the right hand side dot image view. And the sampler becomes the standard move of right hand side dot sampler. And we do not move the ambifix. This thing becomes well, I turn this and move assignment for all the members. Let me put this on separate lines maybe. Okay. Loads of errors, just pick one. Error constructor for vulkan shader builder shader resource texture must explicitly initialize the base class base, which does not have a default constructor. Really, it does not. Okay, so we have a base here, which must be explicitly whatever. And what constructor does it have then? I must pass it a script key set. What base is this? Shader resource base. Uh-oh, now I'm stumped. I'm stumped here. Scripter set key. Oh, the texture. Yeah, I think the uniform buffer base does something like it. I vaguely remember. It just uses a fake key or something, or... Ouch. Let's have a look at the uniform buffer base. That should have the same problem. No, it's just passing this descriptor set key context in the instance. So if we do this here as well. And here as well. Then the key is already initialized, but I'm still stuck with this one. Just make a new key. It's kind of strange. It's a singleton. I vaguely remember that I'm having a fake one somewhere. Let's have a look. Doesn't look like it. No, not really. Oh well, I guess that thing has to go the same route as the ambifix then. But that means that I do not want to call instance here on. So I do need a fake set key context if I want to do that. What about the move assignments of the base? Doesn't have that here. But okay, moving and copying is kind of the same thing here. Set key. No, not really. Unique ID. Oh wait, that's not a unique pointer. Oh, this is what I meant. A dummy context. So yeah, I could use the default constructor of the set key instead of constructing it from a set key context. That's probably what I want to do then. So I'm going to make a default base constructor. Yeah, well, although this thing does not have a move assignment, so it's going to be a copy assignment. But it's a base of classes that can only be moved, so I'm gonna add move assignment here in the comment, I think. So now my base does have an unused thing, so I'm going to remove this. Might as well remove it completely. I think these things I'm not mentioning the base class, which means that the base class move operator is being called, and the move assignment as per default. So I probably should add it to the base class instead of here. That would be kind of a duplicated code, because I'm gonna need it in the texture as well as in the uniform buffer base then. So I'm going to need an explicit yeah, I'm confused again. I think the temporary is using this. Yeah, the temporary is using it. So I have to ignore it when moving. Constructs a nonsensical empty script set key that must be ignored. When moving the base or the objects in place. Okay, this does not make any sense. Yeah, first of all, I meant a move assignment. And the move constructor is a whole different story. I don't think it should exist. Guess I only have to add one of those, but I don't know. Let's be clear and delete both. Yeah, why did I want to disallow this? I'm not sure, but it's probably just not needed. And I would say, well, yeah. I don't know. Let's see if it works. Okay, there's something wrong. What is wrong? I'm forgetting in the declaration. That's wrong. Yeah, there's a really dirty way to do things. It feels like, but on the other hand, how else should I do it? So the lifetime of this class is now that we default construct it, and then later I construct. Nah, damn it, not good. No, it's the other way around. I construct it like this with a sensible key. And no declaration. And then later, this is being used in a temporary, which is then moved over. However, yeah, and then during the move, so the declaration should be set then afterwards. This is called here, set declaration. Now it's kind of important when exactly that set declaration is being called. Or maybe I do that afterwards, in which case I also do not need to copy anything really. The whole move operator is then it should do nothing. Let's assume that that is the case. So assert is that the right hand side declaration is still null pointer, and then this is not necessary. Gonna put this on different lines as well. So the lifetime now then is that first descriptor set key is created, then the default constructors are being used, and I don't care about the contents of this thing, which is then moved over the one that is that has the descriptor set. So I'm ignoring everything. And then later we call set declaration, and then we have in the end target we have both a correct key and a declaration. Let's see if that is correct. The text is now being created up here, which constructs indeed the base from the set key context singleton. So that means that the key stored in the base has the correct value. And then later on, when I create this temporary here, I'm using the default constructor of the base, because the base is not even mentioned anymore. Yep, and then we use the move and or this one, and that's automatically going to call the copy and or move operator of the base as well, which means that those should ignore everything, assuming that then after that I'm going to call set description on whatever I move to, and my assert that I added is going to check if that's correct. No matching constructor for initialization of memory image. Candidate constructor not viable, no known conversion from to ambifix. I thought that would work. No, that's not where I wanted to look. I think here then maybe. Yep. Thought I had more fix me's. Guess we run into that later. Warning, print on overrides a member function but is not marked override. It's highly strange. No matching member function for call to create sampler. Candidate function not viable, no known conversion from ta-ta-ta. That's the same thing, yeah. So that's the other one. Okay. Use of undeclared identifier descriptor. Unknown type name ambifix. It's defined in Vulkan, so that should work. We are in Vulkan. Although I prefer for declarations when I don't really need a definition of it. This is just nothing, right? It's just a reference. Yeah, it doesn't even belong here. Wait a minute. In Vulkan, it's not even in debug. Hello, code me. Error reference to type const vulkan ambifix could not bind to an L value of type again. I have the feeling that this is the last one where I made this change. Oh wait, I didn't. This is a serious attempt to pass a prefix. How do I that normally do? I probably have a CW debug only and then a quote. Should become very close. And I should then only find this. Need an X here. Yeah, so the cases where it does work is when I added to mcreate mbfix, which is already an mbfix. So then how do I do it? Maybe I'm just creating an mbfix. Not really. That's what we do. But this I did this once, and then yeah, you know, is this the way to do it? Is now my question. But let's not think about it. If I did it there, so let's do it again. Go to the make. We don't have a make here. Yeah, I don't sleep. No, I code. I don't know how long I code, but I do not that much else. I play Risk. I do go shopping. Visit my parents Sunday afternoon. I cannot code on Tuesday afternoons. And I spend time sleeping and eating. Okay, I have to pay attention. Where was the error? No matching constructor for initialization of vulkan consider resource texture. Candidate constructor not viable, requires 7 arguments, what 8 were provided. Okay, so probably this is the ambifix that I removed. Yep, so now instead of passing the ambifix here, I'm going to pass it where this background texture is being created. Already did it in the uniform test, but not in the frame resources count test, which is this. There's no dot in front of this. So I did it wrong in the other cases. I realize now. And then not pass it here. Wait a minute. I need one parenthesis to be left. That's going to be gone. And here it's something else. And then of course we have the other one. Texture becomes something. It's here, benchmark. Same thing, I guess. Okay. It should be working, I guess. Let's try to fix the other thing. Where it was something like quote dot underscore. I really don't know. That's quite a lot. Large, quite a lot. It should be stored though in uniform buffer, so it's just these 3 lines here. Yeah, it's not even quite a lot. Abort. Who is using that thing here? Didn't even save it yet. Annoying. I'm in the middle of working on this. Don't tell me it doesn't compile. I know that it doesn't compile. Error, call to implicitly deleted default constructor vulkan imgu. Default constructor of imgu is implicitly deleted because the field mfont texture has no default constructor. No matching constructor for initialization of vulkan shader builder shader resource texture. Candidate constructor not viable. It requires 7 arguments, but 8 were provided. That's related, right? So that's 2 errors. This is a texture, which means a ECW debug only. It's, however, not a window. I think this thing is public. Owning window is not known yet. I cannot do that here. Need the constructor of imgu. It does not have a constructor. Gotta be kidding me. Arg. What the hell is this thing created? Yeah. Not clear at all. Let's filter something out. I'm not really interested in this part. Substitute percentage. There it is created. Yep, VI. Yeah, my music is distracting me again, or is it? Why is there nowhere music without vocals? And now it doesn't load. Oh, there it is. Synchronous window, yippee, okay. Well, I totally know the window then at construction time, right? So I'm just going to pause it here. This. Okay, so now the IMU knows the pointer to the awning window. So let's add a constructor. Let's add a constructor, I said. Public constructor. Constructor takes a synchronous window. Const pointer, I guess. Awning window. Here's a task. A task. Can do undo, redo, ZZ, and then we do task. And the awning window is being filled with awning window. And now I can pass it to, where was the problematic thing? That was a texture, wasn't it? Yeah, this texture here. M font texture. And they're starting to sing again. Okay, kill it. Let me start this. What was I doing? Texture. The font texture. Did not have a default constructor, I think, because texture takes an ambifix. Okay. But it only takes an ambifix in this case. In the case of CWDBAC. And then I can use owning window. Debug name prefix. But I also need the name of the IMQ then. I just had that. Synchronous window. It's IMQ. So the idea is that we have the owning window is the base class that has the MIMQ member, and of that member, mFontTexture is the thing that we are creating here. So then now this object gets the right debug name, and then I even add a postfix behind it of this pointer of the window, so I know exactly where it is in memory and who owns it, etc. Random error. Member access into incomplete type. Synchronous window. Yeah, that might be problematic. I cannot include synchronous window just like that everywhere. Probably imq.h is already included inside synchronous window.h. Therefore, we have to make this non-inline. Let me put the structure here. That's a lot of compile errors for the changes that I made. Is this old error or is it still the case that I'm using it? I thought I just moved that. No, it's old error. Use of undeclared identifier task. That's almost funny. Oh, in base. Well, let's run till the end. Error, use of undeclared identifier something. Okay, that's not really. I want to see different kind of errors. Use of undeclared, is this the old one again? Yep. And the descriptor set key is a private member. Well, not that many errors left anymore. I'm hearing a really strange distortion in my own voice. There's a distortion, right? Bill, do you hear a distortion? I think I have to reset my whole audio thing to fix this. Probably have to go offline for a second. I'm using Arch, Mr. Real. Oh, thank you to the people. I wasn't looking at chat for a bit, but nice words. Yeah, I know. So I can attempt to restore my audio without going offline, but I don't think I will succeed. No, I don't think that's possible. So I'll just have to stop the stream and restart my audio system, I'm afraid. Not sure where the error is even. I just know that if I try anything, it's going to blow up. I mean, something I could try is just disconnect the microphone and see if it helps if I reconnect it. Say the route it takes is I'm listening myself through this connection here, and you hear it as well, and that goes like this. So it seems that it's already the Shure X2U is already having problems. Let me try to disconnect this. Why is it not a disconnect here? Probably because, oops, that's not the one. I think because I have this activated. Nope. Why? Do you want one cable at a time? Testing 1, 2. Oh, now this is weird because I'm still hearing. Oh, I'm listening through this point here. So this is where we have common. So the problem can be here as well. Well, let's try this one first. Testing. Testing. Test 1, 2. Hey, I think it worked, right? Without stopping the stream. I just restarted the alpha thing that you just saw. What was it called? ALSA. ALSA is to blame. Okay, we're back with a good microphone. Now I can write a script to do it automatically, so next time it's like poof and it's good again. Or not. VI. So use of undeclared identifier VHV descriptor sets. Yeah, that's true. I moved that, but I just want to see all the compile errors at the moment. So I'm just going to comment this out. Fix me is now part of pipeline. Well, it's not yet, but it's going to be. Now it's drawing nothing anymore. We have a perfectly working black window. No matching constructor for initialization of texture. Yeah, so I'm constructing it here and then I'm moving it. And the moving is ignoring the ambifix, correct? And therefore I don't need it here. However, the thing that I am moving it to should already have an ambifix set. And this is copy data to image set data feeder. So we move it to data feeder, which is just a standard unique pointer. Data feeder. What? I'm highly confused now. Oh, this is not texture, it's a texture data feeder. Where texture is just used here? Is that the only place where it is used? No. Also used here, sampler, image view, return texture. That's where really going on. It's returning a texture by copy even. So upload texture gets nonsensical ambifix back now. I'm not happy with this development. Upload texture. Upload texture. Is this the only place where it's called? Well, this is it returns it by value, so this is an R value. So this is going to use the move assignment, which I just implemented to ignore the ambifix. While M font texture did get an ambifix because I added IMGU constructor that does that. So everything is okay. Except that it does not make any sense whatsoever that I'm passing an ambifix here. Anymore, anyway. To upload texture no longer takes an ambifix, and I'm no longer using the ambifix, I hope. That is correct. So this can be removed as well. And then we just try to compile again. Yeah, the description that I wrote for this stream really applies, but it applies always. I just realized how much it applies today. So it's a good thing I put that in words, I think. Should read the description. Yeah, that's nice, but what was the error? Error out of line definition. I did not change the declaration of upload texture. That's one of the things that I think could be improved in C++. It's just super annoying that you have any duplication, and the fact that you need both a declaration, which mostly goes in the header, of course, and that you have to repeat a declaration then in the translation unit. This should not be necessary. I should be able to just write synchronous window : upload texture, and not talking about return type or talking about the arguments. It already knows that. There's no reason to have that I have to repeat it. So yeah, they can change that. You ask me. Fix it. Make it work without that I have to do any kind of duplication. Of course, I forgot now what I was doing. Probably that. Okay, so yeah, this must be removed. Well, the headers are necessary because you need to include that so that other translation units also know the signature of the functions. But the stupidity is that you have to repeat it in the translation unit that defines the function. But actually, what you are saying is something that I totally agree with as well. It would even be better if you could only write it in the .cxx file and then get that automatically copied to the header file. I guess maybe I should automate that myself. Generate my own header files from the build system. Out of line definition of upload texture does not match any declaration in task. Really, there's another one. Again, same problem. Apparently I removed something here. I guess the ambifix again. And now we're in synchronous window and I have to go to upload texture off in the header. And no, it was already removed. What is the change then? I'm going to reformat this so it fits on this narrow window with the large font. Oh, that was easy. Let's copy this, go back, paste it here, and have a long look at the difference. Synchronous window, upload texture, character const pointer, the thing, unique pointer, data feeder, texture, extend, binding, vulkan sampler, descriptor set, condition type. It's exactly the same. It really is exactly the same, isn't it? And if it isn't, then it is now. Oh, that was the reason? No. Yeah, EZXGH, did you read the description of this stream? Because I could not say it better myself. Oh, wait, I wrote the description myself. If then you want more details, or really specific details about what exactly I'm doing right now, I can get into that. But if your question is a little bit more general, then I cannot answer it, I'm afraid. Well, in short, I'm in the middle of a brain surgery, and it was bleeding so hard that I started to compile it and then fix all the bleedings before we continue. Patient is still living. And the descriptor set key is a private member. I saw that one before. A private member of, say, the resource base. Oh, I'm trying to print something from the base. That's true. Did I make that thing private very recently? Cannot remember it, I must say. I'm just calling this, I think, descriptor set key. While I'm at it, I could also help. What? Sometimes NeoVim becomes sentient and tries to escape my computer. Do you see that we only have one error left from the many pages that we had before? mDescriptor set key is still private. Really? It is. It's even declared private here in case you didn't know. And I really thought I just changed it. I just changed it. I'm sure I just changed this. It looks like extremely much like... Oh, that was probably texture print on. Okay, I'm gonna do it again. Oops, the M should stay. And then we do it like that. Hello, it must be hard to live in a time where every name is used on the internet. I have no idea how I managed to get my name pronounceable. Or maybe it's your real name. I just don't know that language. Cannot pronounce it. Right, so it does compile, although we have still linker errors. Not sure if I have to should even look at that. In function texture, undefined reference to the v table of the uniform buffer base. So that means that I did not implement one of the virtual functions that I just added. Probably added to base, right? Avier, Arviserie. It's French, I guess. Well, my name is pronounced Carlo, and it is not my real name. I use many pseudonyms on the internet. Although, even my parents call me Carlo. My parents, my brother, everyone. In real life. But it's not my real name. I'm the kind of, well, I'm a man, but back then I was a boy. Well, teenager, I guess. I'm a weird person. I thought that it was weird that my parents would pick my name, so I picked my own name. It's my name. And then at some point I told people to really come on, you know, switch to Carlo. That's my name, and I did. Yeah, there's lots of constructors here. Here's a constructor. Ah, damn it, I forgot again what I was doing. Oh, I was looking at missing virtual functions. And that probably is one of the functions that was just added to base. So let me go to base here. And then we see the virtual function that I added was, for example, the create function. That's the one that is missing, I bet. It's like the only one I added. Well, I have exaggerated. I didn't just like that come on the idea. The reality is, I'll be honest. The reality is that I became a radio pirate as an extension of my electronics hobby. So, like I told before on stream, I started with electronics more or less at 7 years old. My father was also into electronics, and when I was a teenager, I was building transmitters for the normal radio, stereo coded, and chatting with friends. Basically, like I'm chatting now, this is sitting. Then I was soldering, making electronic stuff, and at the same time talking with friends who could talk back because we were transmitting and receiving at the same time often. And yeah, the problem was that that was illegal. So the habit was to not say anything that was related to your real life. I wouldn't, everyone just picked a nickname. And that's when I picked Carlo. I picked Carlo because I was doing gymnastics, and there was a boy there that I looked up to. And he was named Carlo, just kind of random. But that's how I got used to it, because my social life was on the radio then, and everyone was calling me Carlo, all my friends. So I started using Carlo when then internet came up, and I was still using Carlo on the internet as well. And then they offered me a job from some company that found me through open source with the internet, and they didn't know better than I was named Carlo. So they started to call me Carlo, and then they called me Carlo on my job. And that's about when I told my family to switch as well, because it started to get confusing otherwise. Uniform buffer base. Yeah, I'm not sure I want to explain where the word wood comes from. It is nothing to do with morning wood, I can tell you that. It's also an existing name of someone else. So I picked the color from one boy and the wood from another one. I think this is not implemented, this create here. I have this one, but not this one. And I want to get rid of this one. So I'm just moving it to the other one. Now we can print the same thing. Call this owning window, or I don't know, window. Well, I don't have a size. I can run over frame resources because I do have the window. And then M uniform buffers is defined in that same object. That will work. And we have the logical device, but I do not have the size, and I'm not sure about the ambifix. Yes, I have the ambifix. I have an ambifix in the base class now. Type that here. So I have a base. The ambifix is stored in the base. And it's private. That's annoying. No, it's not stored in the base. Where did I store that thing? I can access it. But I don't have to, because it's stored in the uniform buffer base. Pretty sure I did that. Oh no, where is my ambifix? But the ambifix is stored in the derived class. So yes, I have to use the virtual function from base. And what was that called? Ambifix? They're hanging in. Living is a totally different. Yeah. Yeah, it's called ambifix. I don't know why it's not highlighted. Probably just have to run ctext again. So that's now a member function of the base class. And I need a size. I'm just call it size, I think. Let's delete this one before I get confused, because now I copied it completely. Uniform buffer base does no longer have that auto create, this one. And I need a size thing. So the size type, size, const. How do I type that normally? No. Well, yeah, I don't know. Let's make it inline because it's a relatively simple thing. Size of entry. Wasn't it? I just deleted the bloody code, so I don't know. Let's undelete it. Oh, the device size is being passed here, and it's called device size, but who cares? Redo this stuff. I don't know. Someone was calling create and then passing a size, and then suddenly I don't know anymore where that came from. What the heck? Going to do git diff, looking for calls to create. Okay. What? Create then. Yeah, that's not really. Seriously, I cannot search for create. How about that? That works. What? I'm confused. I think. Oh yeah, right. That code is still in create uniform buffers. So I'm going to edit this again, and now we can jump from here to here, and this is the code that I need. This one is missing the top position array size. Ouch. We need an array size. Not really supporting arrays yet, when you did not really implement it fully. Maybe 1% of it. How about I just ignore it? Let's ignore the whole array for now. Then the size of that I used was correct. But okay, so I need to call create on these things with this pointer, and the size it will pick from the type. But we lost the array size here, which I did not implement. Yes, it was. Sorry. Occurring. That's called a pure virtual function, because I could not implement it in that class. It can only be defined in the derived classes. I don't know. Just going to continue with the compile errors. There were no compile errors last. Oh, wait. Well, maybe I have a new one. No compile errors. Okay, then what I was doing, this. I'm copying this. Okay, this is not compiling. I commented this out. Yeah, I'm calling create here. I'm not too happy that the array size has disappeared. Let me think. Do is make C tags. create static create. Synchronous window pointer. Texture. Oh, made this one. It doesn't do anything. Yeah, okay. Uniform buffer base. Nope. It's going to be a lot of work as well to add support for arrays. Just completely ignore that because it made things double as complex. I thought, well, let's do that later. So currently I just have no support for arrays. Yeah. Okay then. No, wait. This should be size. A bit lost in my own code. From buffer base. There's a size here. There must be a size here. Finally, I found it. Fix me. Should be multiplied with the array size. There, done. Yeah, this called the scope operator, I think. I'm not sure. You separate namespaces from classes and classes from their members with that. Okay, I think that the create is more or less, yeah, we have a call to create. Let's have a look again at this. So that it's now resulting in an actual call to the create of these objects, passing the window pointer, and then it picks up from the derived class's size, and the debug name is also, well, I don't, I don't want to think about it anymore. I can look at a full hour of work on that in this stream. It might not even work, you know. We'll see. And then I have to implement the binding to the descriptor sets. Right, never any rest here, right? I guess this can also be done inside the loop. So one by one, even including this one, but I am going to need shader resource specific code because this is specific for texture. And this is specific for the uniform buffers. The type is even specific. This is being passed to update descriptor set, something empty, and then followed by the buffer infos. What is that done then for the texture case? Yeah, texture case is just instead of something empty, you have the image infos, and then the last one is apparently defaulted. It's not passed at all. I guess I move this whole thing also to the derived class. Okay, think. I could use the same function name, maybe. I must say I don't really like this name. Update descriptor set. Sounds like you want to call it more than once. Kind of missed that, I guess. I don't understand why you want to call it more than once. That's not nice, because I will, right at the moment that I start to understand that, I'll realize I'll have to rewrite 10,000 lines of code. Well, maybe 1,000 lines then. But it's really called update descriptor sets. That is the Vulkan API. Apparently we have 3 types: image info, buffer info, and texel buffer views. Might well split them up. So instead of calling update descriptor set, I could do just one at a time, or is that stupid? Yeah, probably should do not one at a time, but collect them. Which is what I can do. I can collect it and then do a single call. Which means I just have to doing too much. I'm doing too much at the same time, I think. That would again make things different on top of all the other changes that I already made. Let me stick to do a call per type at the moment. Later on they should probably be combined. But yeah, yeah, that too. But the scope operator is all over the place. I mean, it's here as well, separating the class from its member function. And here it's used to separate the namespace from the type in that namespace. Here too. So multiple users. The outer The scary thing is that right now I've been working for 2 hours or something on a tiny part that is necessary to implement something that is necessary to implement something that is necessary to implement something. It's a whole chain of things. It seems to have no end. That's why I call it a brain surgery. It's just, but at some point I get tired, and then yeah, it's annoying when you are really in the middle of something like this. I really wish I finished copying this function at least. It would be even better if my program finally worked again, sort of. At least that it draws something. This is a big step still, how to implement the descriptor set updates. Okay, let's build it with bits and pieces. I'm going to need to call, I think, yeah, another virtual function on the base class. And I'll just not think too deep about the name then. Let's call it, just give it the same name for now. Update descriptor set. And because, well, I have to do everything on those things, so it's going to become one big happy loop. Oops. Just use these to jump to them. You I put the cursor on it and I can jump to them. Okay, so that would be nice if it would work, but of course it doesn't, because I have to pass certain parameters. But what if I just start to implement it and then see what parameters I need? So this is shader resource is a base class, so I have to add a pure virtual function called update descriptor set to the base class now. Let's put that below the create that I already have. And then I have to implement that in the two classes that I have that are derived from the base class, these two. Yeah, both needed. Just going to do one. Let's start with uniform buffer base. Shall I start with the texture? Texture might be simpler. That shouldn't really make any difference. Okay, so adding this, which is then the override of it. And then we want to implement that in the .cxx file. Also put it below create. Okay, so we just called this function and now we call this function. And what it should do is something that is described currently in create uniform buffers, adding that here as well, so I can jump to it from here. That might be easier. So yeah, in the end I want to do this for each of them. How about I just copy this code and then see how I can morph it into something more general. So I copy it and then I jump back and I paste it here. And turns out I need a logical device. And do I need a window as well? I have the feeling I don't. But if this is related to an owning window, then this is as well, right? My tabs, I don't use tabs. I think tabs were originally eight spaces, or rather they're not 8 spaces, but if you press a tab, it should jump to a column that is a multiple of 8. And then people started to pure laziness, start to use the tab to do indentation, because they were too lazy to type 8 spaces or something like that, or 4 spaces. And 8 was too much for indentation. So, I mean, what the fuck do you want? Do you want to be lazy, type a tab to do an indentation, but the tab is 8 spaces and they wanted 4 spaces. So they just redefined the tab to 4 spaces. That's abuse. The tab was never meant to be used like that. And then certain people, like me, by the way, want an indentation of 2 spaces. And now I have tabs in files, which is ASCII code 8, I think. And they mean nobody knows. 2 spaces, 4 spaces, 8 spaces. And in reality, they don't even mean that. They mean that you must go to the next column that is a multiple of 2, 4, or 8. but that meaning got lost as well. Summary tops has been made completely unusable now because there is no standard. Everyone uses something else. So I'm not using tops. Everything you see are spaces. However, if I press a top, then it inserts a number of spaces, and the number of spaces that it inserts here is really spaces, no top. The number of spaces that it inserts depends on NeoVim, so the editor. The editor more or less understands code a little bit, and in some cases it thinks, let's jump 2, and in other cases it thinks let's jump 8, or let's jump to a multiple of 8. Etc. For example, if I'm here and I want to add a comment, I can press tab, it jumps to a multiple of 8. So this is 1, 2, 3 spaces. Why 3 spaces? Because this column, this column, is 48, is divisible by 8. I'm kind of surprised that it is 49 here in the first one. But it really jumps 8, because if I add another tab, then bang, we are in column 59. And all that is configurable. I mean, I just configured NeoVim to jump whatever it jumps. For all the different things, indentation and comment starts, etc. Well, there's a more history lesson there, Gorlix, because the reason that the top exists is because of the extreme low bandwidth that existed in the Unix time between your console, so there's the thing with the keyboard on it, and the computer. So what you would do is you have a console that exists of just a black and white monitor with 40 columns wide and 24 lines high. And you would the keyboard was also connected to that, but when you would type a character, that character would be sent over a line to the mainframe, to the large computer somewhere else in the building, and that was happening at a very low frequency, like 300 bits per second or something like that, and there would be delay, which is, while you are typing, is very annoying. So I think they made a change so that what you type is what you immediately see. So the consoles were indeed kind of buffers. What you type locally would be immediately also put in the memory of the what you see on the screen. There were no graphics. You only had characters, and the characters were generated by hardware. So you had, let's say, 40 wide, 24 high number of bytes, and each byte would be a 7-bit character with 1 bit only used for parity during transmission. And then if you press a key on the keyboard, it would put that on the console, and then at the same time it would send that to the mainframe, and the mainframe would acknowledge it by sending it back. But you already put it on the screen, so you would configure your terminal with that you would have no echo. So if you would turn on echo, you would see every character double. First when you type it, and then when it comes back from the mainframe. And they just wanted to limit the number of characters and had to go over that line, because otherwise things got slow. I think that's why they invented the top. Maybe I'm wrong, but At least you had a single character for a lot of spaces. Otherwise, it's even before my time, and it has to do with hardware printers, I guess. A lot also has to do with printing, indeed. At some point, you had mechanical printers. They just had a motor in it which would rotate, and then they could hit a piece of ink lint, which then would make an impression on the paper as a letter. So it looked like let's say, my dad owned this thing. Was it called a teletype? You can find it. Yeah, this thing. My dad owned this thing. So we would need one that is open, I think. Yeah, here's one that's open. So really mechanical stuff. This is the carriage. This would ride left and right, and when it from this position, it's on the left side, and then there's a little hammers like in a piano. They just come forward and they hit this paper here. This is the ink roll here, that would slowly rotate from one side to the other. So you hit it at this point, and then you get a character on the paper. This whole thing is called the carriage, and every time you hit a paper, it would shift one character to the right. And you controlled it by sending bytes, that is 8-bit, to it, and for each 8-bit it would do something. You see here a bell, like a bell on a bicycle. If you send the ASCII code, what is a bell? I think 9. I think, not sure. Then let's say the bell was 9. So you send 9, then it would say, okay, that's a bell code, and then it would hit this bell. You would ping, literally. And when you send the code for carriage return, well, then the whole carriage would go back to the left, to the far left. And then you had characters for space, of course. Space would not hit the paper, but it would just shift one character to the left. And you had a code for backspace, which would not hit the paper, but shift the whole carriage one character to the left. So that's the difference here. Space and literally backspace, which is just also a space, but in the other direction. And of course, with a typewriter like this, you cannot erase anything with a backspace. So I think much later they made a delete. That was more you can delete, not use in a typewriter like this, but you could use it on the console with the TV on the monitor. Let's have a look at it. If I can find an old console, as an example. Not really old enough here. That's not even a console. Yeah, well, this looks a little bit like it. I'm not sure if this is really a terminal. Could be. So let's, this one is even better, I think. So yeah, just a little screen that has hardware to generate a number of characters, probably 127 of them. All the ASCII characters were hard-coded in it. They have the electro beam that would, this is like an oscilloscope, and it would draw the character from the hardware. And then you can choose for each position one of the 127 ASCII symbols that exist. Well, only the printable one, because you also have characters that are not printable. They would not show you anything, but they would do something, and they were called control characters. And you could also type the control characters by pressing a key with control on it, and then at the same time A through Z. Although not all of them do it, but just say control A is something and control B and then so on. And they have special meanings basically for input, like both the printing stuff on the hardware printer that I just showed, and also for these kind of consoles, which really are super stupid. The only thing they know is characters. And you have Pons papers here. You could also, those characters, you could Pons little holes in the paper, which then represent 8 holes on a row, represent 8 bits, so it's 1 byte. So we go back to the this thing here, or one that is zoomed out here. Here you have the Pons reader, so you can, what it receives, it can also Pons here. The piece of paper would come out of here with holes in it for every character. And then that piece of paper, you can feed it again, and then it reads the holes in the paper, and it would just print what is on the paper. So that way you can make copies. And it was all mechanical, really just little pins that see where the holes are. And then, react mechanically again to that. Okay, now that was enough history about old stuff. Oh, HBO, thank you for liking it. My little story. But now it's going to be boring again because I'm going back to coding. Well, it's funny that how long those really old things from the very beginning of computers are now in 2022 still determining how your computer works or how your keyboard looks. The carriage return they now renamed Enter, but for the longest time that key said carriage return. And that's still called the ASCII character, still exists. \R is the carriage return. And on \N is the control character for new line. So carriage return means that the carriage moves back, and new line means that the paper shifts up. Comes directly from the teletype things. And also the caps lock, that really started as a mechanical thing. You know, caps lock means that you tilt the carriage, so the whole carriage would be tilted a number of degrees, so that the little hammers that hit the paper hit it with a different part of the hammer. So if the carriage is down, and you hit the paper, you hit it with the piece that gives you the lower. That's why it's called lower, I guess, the lower case. And if you tilt the carriage a little bit up, and you slam the same hammer, it would hit the paper with the upper part, which contained the imprint of the uppercase. That's why it's called shift. You shift the whole carriage up and down. Yeah, funny things. Update the script set. I'm just going to pass the window as well to this thing. Next thing we need is a VHV descriptor sets. I already moved that apparently, I think, to the shader input data. So, shall I pass a pointer to the shader input data, or shall I just pass a const reference to the vector? Or maybe even just what it stores. VK descriptor set handle. Skipping it for now. Let's go to the next one. E uniform buffer. Yeah, I think that's just inherent to the whole uniform buffer thing to begin with, right? So we can hard code that. Yeah, we can hard code that. So that can just stay. The binding is going to be yeah, I have to pass that as well. So let's just pass that then. Int32 type binding. This is just empty. There's image info, so we don't have, and then I need to make a buffer infos thing, which I can create up here. Yeah, well, I'm not sure. I think I might as well just pass the handle of the descriptor set, right? I don't know. Let's do that. Okay, let's add these as well and do everything. And finally, well, it's not really final. Oh. Buffer info, so I have to create this vector. And I still have to pass this now and the binding number. Let me first pass that, I guess. So here, up here, I need to pass something that looks like this. And the binding number. Well, I have a binding number. And I have that vector, I think, up there. Descriptor set layouts. No. Or is it? Or what? Huh? What? Why does this have a different name? Oh, this is the name. Excusez-moi. That's what it was, right? Yeah. V3 descriptor sets. Well, little you have it. And this must be the set index, which I also have. Yeah. Update descriptor set. Your music just stopped. Oh, that like that, yeah. It got stuck again as usual. Let me see. Update descriptor sets. Yeah, I still have this hack here. Let's leave it as a hack, I guess. I think that's about it for the uniform buffers. Then I need to do this as well for the texture. So let's add one for the texture then. Jump to the texture. Do I already have the virtual function? Nope. I do have a create, which is not defined here. Why is it not defined here? Okay, wait a minute. Below the create, I have update descriptor sets. Oh, the crate is empty. Okay, yeah. Let's just add this one then. It's not debug stuff. Wait a minute, there's a detail. No, wait. Duplicate top. Just put it here. Texture. I could set markers, but yeah, this is easier, I think. I just jump to it, using comments as markers. So, this is it should be doing what this is doing. So we have image infos, which exists of the sampler. Not entirely sure. I think these are unique things. Unique sampler, yeah. So the accessors probably dereference it. Or is the, yeah, they are dereference it. But, well, I can do that here then. That remains the same, and then we call this, which is now owning window, logical device, update descriptor set, and we get that passed. Well, that should be it, I think. Try to compile it again. My stomach tells me I should eat. So I think I'm going to stop until the evening. Eat a bit and play some Risk online. I won't do it on stream. I'm going to play my main account. Reuse of undeclared identifier VK. Wow. Nobody knows what VK descriptor set is. Yeah, that dot is still there. It's so ridiculous. Audio is goed stuk. error. Member access into incomplete type. Again. But this is .cxx file, so now I'm just going to include it without any problems. Synchronous window.h. So I always only fix one bug. It's maybe not the most efficient thing. But yeah, often, I mean, I could fix multiple bugs from multiple files, but if you have multiple errors in the same translation unit, aka .cxx or CPP file, then you should only look at the top one, because everything below it might just be the result of that one error. Yeah, this is still broken. I need to do something with it. What? Do I? It seems I'm not even needing it anymore. Let's start with not having it at all. Okay, I'll try this one. Use of undeclared identifier m top buffer. Yeah, what? Ouch. Ouch. Ouch, 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 ouch. I mean, the immediate solution is to simply delete it, like so. But then my hex 0 is not even there anymore. I had not realized that there was a problem. Oh wait, it's not true. I have an M uniform buffers here with the vector. Memory uniform buffer. Then what the heck is MV vulkan handle buffer? That is a handle defined in the buffer base class of something. And buffer is a base class of uniform buffer base. That is still then the problem, right? No, it's not. Hopefully it is a base class of this thing here, uniform buffer, memory uniform buffer. Yep, memory uniform buffer is derived from buffer. So I have no idea how I got there, but it seems that we need to access this hex 0 dot what I just deleted. That thing. That's strange. I don't understand how I got there. Top buffer. Thought that top buffer was this thing here. This class. See, it is. What is going on? Buffer infos. Oh, I understand. I added an operator square brackets to this function, to this class. So this shader resource uniform buffer has overloaded operator here, which accesses the M uniform buffers. And that's what I'm using here now directly. So this is indeed the exact same thing as I had. Right. Probably means I can remove those operator square brackets. I don't think they are used anymore now. So in this function, I'm calling rather this uniform buffer here, which is a template. I do not have these things anymore. Namespaces can only be defined in global or namespace scope. Type vulkan shader resource uniform buffer top position does not provide a subscript operator. Dang, it's still being used. Hello, Simda. Well, okay, let's keep them. Let's keep them. This argument to member function create has type const something, but function is not marked const. Well, how const is it? Create. I don't know, I already have create in my CTEX database. Probably billion times, right? Shader resource, yeah, I'm not even going to jump to it. Shader resources base, I just want to go to whatever it was. One of these things. Let's do this, create. Here's the create. It's doing m uniform buffers and place back. Totally a create, yeah, not really const now. Create is not const, which means that shader resource cannot be const here. I'm creating it. Hello. Totally not const. Which means that required shader resource list cannot contain const pointers. Which means all the const in my whole code is going to be vanish one after another. This is not const. Call to request creation, yeah. When you develop a website, computers are used for other things than just creating websites. And I think that creating a website looks very different. I'm programming in C++. Create. What was I doing? I think this should work here, assuming that this is not a const function. Okay, let's try to compile it again. There we go again, about the declarations not being updated. Out of line definition, something does not match any declaration in. In other words, you forgot to update the declaration of request shader resource creation. Oh, remove the const, yeah. Remove the const, so I have to jump to the header file, and then we need this thing must be changed. Const is no longer const. I removed a lot of other consts, so probably get that error more often, but I really forgot which I all changed. Cannot initialize a parameter of type base pointer with an R value. Yeah, that's the same error. So the request shader resource creation is okay, now I'm confused. I just changed that. You're telling me that the texture here is const? How? Oh, it's a local. It's a local thing. Texture. lots of textures, but where's the real texture? Here, up here. It cannot be const anymore. Let's not forget to change the add texture now. In the shader thing. While I'm at it, I'll probably have to do the same thing with that one. Add uniform buffer. Remove the const here. And then we go down, probably at the bottom. And that's the same function really, so then we're done. Error binding reference of type shader builder shader resource texture to value of type const drops the const qualifier. Oh no. Like I said, the const is going to disappear from basically everything. Yeah, and don't know. Oh, I really do not like this one. No, 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 no. No. I cannot make the owning window non-const. That would be horribly thread unsafe. Talked about it before on stream. So the only reason that would work then is because this is then the, yeah, it's almost the same problem as I already had. Suckage. Damn it, really? I understand why it is possible to do a const cast here, but it's feeling really, really bad. It's no, I don't like it at all. I'm not going to do it here. I'm not going to do it here. No, I'm going to do it. So add texture is passing a const. It really const. Just it's a const. There's nothing to do about it. There's also const. But then I have a problem in this line. I'm going to add a const cast here. Or maybe a little bit deeper. So I can I can do the const cast at a single place. So I'm making this pseudo const. And then I'm going to add a non-const pointer here, I think. Const cast. The question is at which point? Which point is the best point to cast the const away? It's just really dirty, this, man. I hate it. Anyway, the reason is the const cast is okay here because shader resource instances added with add star ea add texture add uniform buffer, etc. will only be created once, synchronized globally by the pipeline factory. While all other pipeline factories will be waiting for that to be finished. So this const cast yeah, that's not nice, but okay. It's less bad than what I had. That's for sure. I really had a serious problem with exactly the same thing. I don't know, man. I type space and I get into an editor. /temp bash something. FFFF, nothing. Control S, nothing. Control Q, Control S, nothing. Control C. I have my keyboard back. Just press Control C instead of space. Idiot. Everyone should have understood it. I had to press Control C. I think FBI has broken into my PC. They made a mistake. Oh, that's some weird shit. Okay, we had an error here. What is the error? Cannot initialize a parameter of type. That's the same error I just had. Oh, I didn't change the signature of the request shader resource creation. F7 search for it, add the const back also in the declaration. Go 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 go. Out of line definition again of add uniform buffer does something that is not correct. We just go to it. We notice that there's no const here, and there should be a const. Did it then already change that? Because this is add uniform buffer. Yes, totally. Okay, perfectly. And this is add texture. Yeah, so I don't know. Out of line definition. Ah, yeah, okay, I'm getting it. And it compiled. Now I'm going to do a git diff and search for all the fixmes that I added. That one already existed. This is deleted. That's a new one. It's now part of pipeline. Let me see how many I have of these. So this is one. Oh yeah, that, but I'm not going to do anything about that now. And again, not implemented currently. Okay, that's also not going to be addressed now. It should be also not being addressed. So there's only one fix me. I'll have to do that before I go eat lunch at 4 p.m. 20 minutes. So I have this fix me here, which seems to be new. Oh yeah, right. Otherwise you just have a black window. So let's fix this one. Yeah, this is not compiling. It's not compiling because I removed that thing from the window. Instead, I will need to get it from the pipeline. So let's say something like this. And then I have a different one here. And then I have to add that to the pipeline. So I have this function. And that must return nobody knows. And I must add it to mgraphics. That vulkan pipeline. Which is this? I might as well call it accessor. And the type is whatever this thing is here. And well, wait, just return a const reference to it. And I have to add it as a member. And it's unfortunately still empty. Vulkan, that's a totally different API. Okay, maybe I have to add a utils vector here. I think so. Utils vector. Or not, because I also need a set index now. Which probably already includes it. Or I can just include this. Scriptor set index. Scriptor set index. Yeah, okay. So. So now it compiles, but the vector is still empty. But let me just check that it compiles. Didn't already compile before? Oh no, I just that code was commented out. Expression unused. Okay, so if I run it now, my guess is it runs, it won't crash, and I have a black window. It crashes. No, I don't have a black window. Okay, let's see what it crashes on. Bug in Linux here. This should not be called before logical device is initialized. Ouch. Ouch. I think it's time to stop the stream. I need a fresh restart. I need to rest. Take a long break and then get back to it, basically. And that's highly annoying. Yeah, the other thing is also not finished. I added this thing here, but it still needs to be initialized the moment the pipeline is being created. I think I pretty much can do that during the creation here. Just should have this vector somewhere as a const reference. Yep, and then well, let's have a look at that. Initialize the thing with that. Copy, copy, copy. And then we get a compile error where I try to create this pipeline, but then maybe I can see where I need to add that copy, where I can get this from. Because I did put it in, I have no idea where I put it, somewhere. No matching constructor for initialization of pipeline. Okay, this should be the only place. I'm going to comment it out and try to compile it again. I'm almost proud on that. I do not have code duplication. So if say there is a pipeline being created somewhere, that's going to be the only place where it is being created. Don't write code where you do significant things in 2 different places, let alone 7 like certain companies. So this is where pipelines are being created. And yeah, I just added an additional argument here. Standard move pipeline. Right, where do I get my vector from? Where are we? In the pipeline factory. I should have it. I should have it here. Definitely have it here. I worked towards this moment of victory. I just forgot what it was called. That's the reason I'm hesitating. This is called something that ends on sets without an S. Wasn't it like a vulkan handle vector? Descriptor set. I think that maybe this is still highlighted. And that is stored. That was a type. And it is stored in the shader input data. The shader input data. Where do I get that? Okay, I'm stuck. I'm just stopping. I'll continue later this evening. How do I get that? I don't know. Guys, it has been long enough for this afternoon. I hope it was a little bit interesting anyway. No, I did HTML and CSS in the past a little bit, but it is definitely completely 100% unrelated to C++. You will never see me do tutorials about HTML.